Alrighty, Hola Mola and Coca-Cola. And thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back to We Draw Wednesday. It's another stream. We're going to be drawing today. We got an art stream today, and I'm super excited to announce that I have officially made it to affiliate on Twitch. All right, let's round of applause, round of applause. For you guys, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so excited because now I have access to a lot of fun things for you guys on the channel. And that's for Twitch specifically. So for those of you guys on YouTube, I don't know what benefits comes with, supporting me on the channel. Hopefully YouTube gives us something, but if you want to come over to Twitch and enjoy these benefits, you are more than welcome to. Why can't I see my chat? Okay, a second. Bam, there we go. All right, yeah. So to anyone watching, whether it's the VOD or if you're here live, thank you so much for supporting me, and thank you so much for watching the content. I hope you guys are enjoying it, or you're taking away something for it, because while on the Monday streams, we do like to hang out and play video games. Today on Wednesday streams, I do like to get a bit educational, and help anybody who for in their creative pursuits. So yeah, so today's plan is going to be, we're going to be warming up with our practice sessions as always. I'm going to make a special quick illustration to say thank you guys for helping me reach affiliate. And then, if we have some time towards the end, we're going to continue working on the starting soon screen for the channel, which is like another big thing that comes with becoming an affiliate. Now I have a lot of work to do on the channel. And as I said before earlier, on Wednesdays, since I'm going to be primarily working on my webcomic on the other days of the week, a lot of the projects for the channel we're going to be doing on the channel. So we're still on the starting soon screen, but now that I have affiliate, we can make emotes, we can make, tier badges. There's like so many things, making animations, right? For like subscribing, for following, for the raids, all this stuff. Now, most streamers, they just, they pay other artists and then they get it and then they're done and they're all set up. But here, you guys know how I am. I'm very do-it-yourself kind of person. I like to work hard. So, I'm going to personally create and, just kind of personalize, right? All of these little parts of the channel myself, rather than, pay somebody else to do it for the quickness of it. So bear with me. It's going to be a long project, but little by little, we'll be building up the channel, and it's going to fit more of the aesthetic that we are going for, which is all related to the comics that I make. And for those of you who are new to the channel that don't know about the comics, I am a comic creator. You can find it on Webtoons. All my comics are on Webtoons right now. The main one is Reborn Daughter. That's the one where you see most of my characters. But this one is for ages 16 plus. So if you don't meet the age requirement, you won't be able to read this comic. But it's okay, because earlier this year I came up with 5 shooting stars for the Webtoon 2025 contest. We did not win. But I'm still there for you guys to read. This is another story you might be interested in. Go ahead and give it a read. It's only 3 episodes, so it'll be real quick. It's for all ages. It is a romance story. Like, actually, both of them are romance stories. So that's all I really have under my belt right now. We just got romance stories. So if that's a genre that you're into, or just drama in general, they are a bit dramatic and on top of the romance. Go ahead and check out my stuff. And for those of you on YouTube, if you didn't know, I do have a video game channel. It's just Tower If Yeah, but we just add games at the end, and it's mostly JRPG stuff, but I play some other fun games on there as well. The only thing you won't be seeing me play is any shooting games. I don't like shooters. I don't like sports games, and I don't like fighting games. So, pretty much anything outside of those genres, you may find me playing out there. Okay, so that's enough with the plugins. We're gonna celebrate today, guys. If you're on Twitch, go ahead and take a look at the channel point rewards. You know, we put a lot of those. You guys also get some free emotes on the channel. And these are characters from the my shonen comic that I started like almost 20. Oh my gosh, it's been almost 20 years. But I started writing it a very, very long time ago, and you know, I did a whole rework on it. You know, in the far future, you guys will be seeing a new comic from me. This is like the one comic that I want to actually be like popular and famous and all that stuff. So I'm putting a lot of work on that behind the scenes. But in the meantime, I am working on 2 romance comics, you know, to give you guys something to read. You know, that's at least comes from me until we eventually get there. But yeah, you know, these are some of my characters that I hold near and dear. So I hope you guys enjoy those emotes. And most of them are free. I had a lot of them, so but I can only give you guys 5 for free. The rest of them are gonna be in the tier 1 subscription thing, that, or you can unlock with channel points for a day if you really want them. At least all this stuff is new to me, so you know, again, as we continue to stream and go on Twitch and build this stuff together, we'll get more and more things into it. All right, so let me quit yapping and let's get to the drawing. Oh, but really, guys, thank you so much. I didn't think I'd ever get here, to be honest, but here we are. We get to do some fun stuff. Let me just check up on my stuff. Okay. Yeah, and I just really hope you guys enjoy it, because you know, all of these benefits are more for you than it is for me. And now we're going to do some warm-ups. It's 4:10. We're gonna be here for 4 hours. The stream will end at 8. So let's try to get as much done as possible. I've started the playlist. So if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna go ahead and quit yapping and just start drawing. That's what you came here for. But you know, otherwise feel free to, you know, talk into the chat box, say hi, tell me how your day went. Because it's rough out here. Someone must be having a bad day, you know? Like this. Because there's like a, yeah. The lace can be a bit tricky to draw, especially when you understand all the shapes that and forms that come along with it. It starts to get tricky. But, you know, if you feel a bit unsure, just always go with the big major shapes. And just, you know, you kind of want to get the general shapes, because, you know, all that really means, if you can't get the smaller forms, is that you just can't have a super detailed image. But, you know, as long as you get the main shapes, you still have something that's very believable. Hey, what's up, Mo? On YouTube. I don't know how I slept out of exhaustion last time, but say to Tally that the doctor most meant for that her son is overweight for the dose of, meaning that the dose is ineffective to his body at that amount. Okay. Well, hopefully she shows up soon, and you'll be able to tell her directly. But yeah, how are you, man? How we doing? And thank you so much for your support, Mo. You know, thanks to your help, I've made it to affiliate. And just to be like super specific, like the only thing stopping me from getting to affiliate was I just needed 4 people to watch my stream. That's it. That was the only thing missing, aside from like the followers. So again, not to discredit all the followers that are following the channel on Twitch and supporting me by, you know, helping me reach those follower goals. But you know, that was like the one thing I was missing, you know, and I'm pretty sure Mo is one of those viewers that got me to affiliate. Thank you, butter. Thank you, butter. Thank you, thank you. Now, as far as YouTube go, I know you got #1 fan on YouTube, but I actually don't understand YouTube's benefits for the live stream. So maybe that's something I'll have to look into at another date, because since I'm on Twitch, I understand Twitch's whole system. But I'm not really on YouTube live streams like that. YouTube streamers usually need more time and some really good thumbnails. Well, you know, I'm just not sure if I get like more benefits unlocked to, you know, for the actual viewers, because as far as I know for YouTube, like they just want like a lot of views. That's all they care about. That's like the only prerequisite. Let me expand this ribcage a bit, because I've grown so accustomed to drawing women and giving them such small rib cages that when I draw a guy, I just give him a small upper body. There you go. I gotta think like, you know, Goku and Vegeta type body. That big, bulky, husky body type here. By the way, you can have 2 streams at YouTube at once, as both vid and shorts. And it's more fun, the trend which both of us usually disagree with. Yeah. And that's typically what they try to push on that platform anyways. So add a head on that neck. And just as a reminder, guys, when you draw the neck, just remember the neck, it's big and then it's small and then it's big again when you connect it to the body. And I always reiterate this because I always struggled with the neck until I learned this. Once I remembered that the center is like the skinniest part of the neck when I draw it, I've been having a better time creating the head. Because, yeah, you know, the neck goes out here as it goes down to the clavicle, and then it gets skinny, and it gets, then, you know, it has to widen up to fit the skull, right? And then the jaw will come out here, or whatever. So, let me put little eyes. But, just a little tip there. For anybody who struggles with attaching a head into a body. At least you don't draw a very narrow waist with large lats, making an impossible character like me. But hey, that's part of style, you know? It doesn't have to be possible, it just has to look somewhat believable, I'll say. Somewhat believable. You know? Okay, let's mix it up and let's draw a female now. A female. And sometimes I like to draw the bones. I literally have a character that is so genetically advanced that he has a very unrealistic back. His back alone has 14 abs and 4 rear delts. Wow, I said real. I don't know why, but 4 rear delts. Wow. What kind of a monster? What kind of a monster? But you know what? That's creative. I like it. I like it. And that's, you know, we also get to do some storytelling with that as well, right? Because then it's like, you know, the question is, why is this guy like this, right? Unless you make it so that every character is like that, and then now the story is, why is every character like that? Is this normal in this world? Well, his bloodline was so obsessed with muscles that even their kids were giants at a young age of 8. And the character is only 14 years old, trying to reach his grandfather's level. Ooh. Okay, so it's a bloodline thing. Alright, so it's just specifically this family of characters. Who is called the muscliest of all muscles in muscularity. That sounds like somebody that I can compete with. Ultimate Muscle. Remember that anime? It's like Ultimate Muscle vibes. Well says, although I love creating gag-bed characters, sorry, I also love making tragic stories. But I like to hear one of my stories. Yeah, sure, I don't mind. Just remember, you gotta keep it PG. PG-13. This guy's got that JoJo pose. Don't worry, it's more of a mental tragedy than physical. And I think I'll be doing it on Twitch for speed. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Alright guys, we got a story. Okay, choose one. Friends buyer or despair and discomfort? Alright, let's go for the first one. Let's see what else. Gonna start? All right. The Friends Buyer, Part 1. The Cage. Okay. It's time to read a story. Alright. The Friend's Fire, Part 1. Australia's eyes were onyx, still, deep, and endlessly aware. In the city, drowning under iron rule, his gaze was his quiet rebellion. At 24, he carried the weary wisdom of someone who has stared too long into the machinery of power and dared to speak. They called him the White Crow, not for his appearance, but for the anomaly he was. A lone, rare voice in a place where silence was safer than truth. His crime? He wanted justice in a world where justice was contraband. He wielded the law like a scalpel, cutting into the bloated tissue of a regiment rotted from within. And so, they came for him. Before dawn, when shadows still wrapped by the city like a sleeping body, cold metal bound his wrist as angles. The soldiers did not speak. The corridors they dragged him through were sterile. Humming was lifeless light. His lungs ached with smoke from distant fires as the city burned quietly beneath the ash. Austrian caught one last glimpse of freedom, the bruised horizon turning red. They locked him in a cell of whitewashed concrete. A light above buzzed constantly, draining color from everything it touched. The only sound was a steady drip of water, soft, deliberate, maddening. I'm dissolved. He sat cross-legged on the frozen floor, breathing in fragments. Memory became his armor. Ancient laws, banned poetry, the echo of laughter, long gone. They were brittle shields, but all he had left. They didn't break his body first. They came for his mind. VEX devices clamped around his skull metal coils, cold as death. Shocks birthed through his brain like lightning strikes, turning memories to ash. Drugs numbed the pain, but twisted perception until dream and nightmare folded into one. Voices hissed endlessly into his ear. Submit, confess, survive, deny truth, become nothing. But Austrian refused. His mind bled, but his spirit endured. Then, amidst the silence, a voice, real, imperfect, human, broke through. Hooks, he wasn't synthetic, wasn't a government plan. Hooks was flesh and blood, a rented companion, one of the millions owned by death, paid to listen, to comfort, to watch. Another cog in the cruel economy of loneliness. Yet he spoke with warmth and something that sounded like guilt. White Crow, still breathing? Barely, Austrian whispered, voice hollow. Why are you here? Hooks paused. Because they own me. Because I owe too much. Because I didn't say no. Their voices carved a fragile bridge across the void. Sometimes it held, sometimes it cracked. Do you think it matters? Austrian asked once. The truth, this fight. Does it still matter? Hooks was silent for a long time. Yes, he said. It has to. Otherwise, we're already dead. It wasn't friendship. It wasn't trust. It was something stranger. Two broken men, holding on to one thread in the dark. But everything broke one cold night. Whether by glitch or guilt, Hooks slipped. A single command triggered the unthinkable. Data leaked, uncensored, irreversible, testimonies, death report, classified protocols. The government's darkest secrets spilled into the underground, and the city ignited. Sirens, gunfire, screams, flames boomed across the skyline. Protests turned to riots. The regiment answered with steel and fire. Austrian lay in his cell, unable to see the chaos he's caused. His body trembled. His breath came slow and shallow. The shocks had torn holes in his mind. His heartbeat echoed like a drum fading into silence. Hook's voice crackled through the speaker one last time. Sorry. he said. Didn't mean to. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Austrian closed his eyes. His last breath was a whisper. Let the truth roar, even if I cannot hear it. And that's the end of part 1. And now, part 2. Hook's sorrow. Hooks didn't speak for hours. The room was cold. The screen in front of him still blinked, showing the fragments of truth he had accidentally unleashed. Austrian's final message, corrupted and raw, roofed in silence. The city around him tore itself apart. Hooks curled his fingers into fists. He had never meant to become a revolution. He had just wanted to survive, to earn enough, to be forgiven. But now, everything burned. I'm sorry, he said again, voice cracking. You trusted me, and I destroyed you. But in the quiet, a memory answered. You can choose to be more, Austrian had once told him. Even here, even now. That voice, steady, calm, relentless, haunted him. Austrian has given everything to light to fuse, and Hooks had, by mistake or fate, lit it. He had rented himself to strangers for survival, but now his debt was different. It wasn't to the regiment anymore. It was to Austrian. Okay, well, now we're skipping straight to part 3. Okay, part 3. The unpreventable ending. Smoke hung like a veil over the skeletal skyline. Hook stood on a rooftop, overlooking the ruined heart of the city. The streets below were alive with shouting, sirens, and the flicker of fire against shattered glass. The air reeked of burning concrete, blood, and bitter hope. He didn't feel like a hero. He felt like a ghost. But in his pocket was a drive. Austrian's final file. It contained no commands, no orders, just one message. If you're reading this, it means I'm gone. Don't make me a martyr. Make me the beginning. Hooks closed his eyes, the wind cutting across his skin like razors. He breathed in ashes and exhaled resolve. You told me I could be more, he whispered to the sky. I think I finally understand what you meant. He stepped back from the edge. The white crow's body had fallen, but his voice had flown free. The revolution would be slow, bloody, uncertain, but it had begun. And Hooks, broken, guilty, human, would carry the truth forward, not as a weapon, but as a promise. And though his wings were broken, the white crow soared, forever etched in fire, sorrow, and the hearts of those who chose to remember. The end. All right. That was intense. But I love how it really captured the idea of like that bond, you know? That bond. And also, you know, the hope of a better tomorrow, despite all of, you know, the carnage, I guess, that they're experiencing together. Gotta drink some water after that. Okay. But well written. I think, you know, I think there's a lot of interest in terms of like the execution. And the reason why I say that is because, you know, we're put straight into a moment where we're able to drive some kind of we're able to draw some kind of emotion, right, from two characters, and we're smacked right into the middle of it. And you know, we start the story off with a purpose, and we understand where the grief comes from the character Hooks. And the best part is that we're left with some questions, which is always an important thing to do when you're writing stories. You always want to leave your audience with some questions in the end, right? You want them to learn more about the world that you're introducing them into. So, so when you writing it like that, we leave questions like, what happened to Austrian, right? What's going on in the world that, he had to do this. And then we also got hooks passed about being a rented person who's now abandoning that lifestyle, right? To follow something for himself, something that actually matters for him. So we have a lot of questions that are left in the air, even after reading, a passage just like this. And and these are the good marks that I'm giving for the writing that you have shared with us today, Mo. And yeah, moving forward, these are some questions that we want to give answers to the audience as we go through the story following hooks. The fun fact is that it's just a 3-page story. Well, I'm assuming a lot of it's unfinished, right? Because we had a whole bunch for part 1, and then part 2 was pretty short, and then part 3 was just, that whole motivation of him moving forward. Oh, right. Oh, you're back from the ad? Are we back from ads? Let me see. Yes, we are back from ads. Yes, okay. But yes, it's because Hooks is actually the main character, but I don't want to shift to the disturbing journey instantly. No, yeah, I think that was a nice way to, you know, bring him into it. Because again, when you're throwing the reader right into that whole situation, so the only thing leading them on is just this idea, like this kind of sense of justice, right? That because they just witness an injustice in front of their eyes, right? Seeing it through the lens of Hooks. You know, there are a couple of like values that get introduced in the story immediately, and you know, this pretty much kind of it's like your make or break, right, for the reader, because if the reader agrees with these values, then they're going to move forward with the story, right, and see how everything resolves, you know, gets resolved, or you know, if they do get resolved. Right, so you know, so it's very good. Aiming to write a piece as dark as Stephen King horror. Okay, we'll go for it, man. Just do the research. Don't be afraid to kind of, you know, to mime a bit, you know, kind of mimic a bit, because especially, okay, so, you know, I think it's okay to mimic somebody and then make it your own kind of thing. But you can't really get into that mindset unless you actually like put something down on the paper first, or create something and try to mimic it, right? So it could be like, you know, mimic it first, and then somewhere down the line just change it up, right? Kind of give it your own flair, so it's not exactly the same. But yes, we are. But now that I am on an affiliate, we are gonna have ads on the Twitch channel. But you know, since you're on both Twitch and YouTube, you know, we got you know, you have a workaround that you have a workaround for that, Mo. So, but you know, if you don't mind, just you know, when I get an ad and I'm on somebody else's channel, I just hit the mute button, so I don't have to listen to it. But that's just me. I was aiming to make a bit of a time skip, then a transformation into a more complex scene that starts the real growth journey while making the sufferer harder to hooks, that his feeling even gets numb. Hmm. Well, you know, all of these are devices, and it just comes down to, do the device, is the device going to get you to the destination, right? I haven't really dealt with a time skip, but it's a technique. Like maybe in the beginning it'll be all right, but we have to settle at some point, right? Next is just a reflection to us finding the way out of a system that is made to hunt, break, and destroy us, where enduring will be sometimes the only path when everything feels impossible. So then I think the next step forward is that, we kind of go into a break, we get settled into the actual timeline of the story. So if you want to do a time skip, then, I guess I would say do it now. But, we have to eventually settle and at least be a part of a time for a bit, in my opinion. And then, this is the type of story where we want to see, what's called the, we want to see resistance. We want to see the character, right, overcome. The words are not coming into my brain. Adversity, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, right? We want to see the character come over adversity. So, I would say take a break, and then, we just kind of, what's the word? The beats of the story. We just kind of line up the beats to the story. So we got to take a break, and then, we can do something dramatic again to really push this idea of, he's trying to break out of all these rules by perhaps maybe putting an example of it, and then maybe introduce some smaller characters that kind of believe in the opposite thing, so we see there's some kind of opposition, and then I guess another question would be how much of the world is against him, right? Okay. It is a bit necessary for the element of the endurance of empty time. Okay. The government ignorance, the people controlling, and the silent human limitations actually made with real life stuff and information that are researched. But what makes it even cool is that it challenges the limit of horror with real human technology and science, philosophy, politics, and psychological aspect in the fronts. All right. Well, so it looks like you're just doing a very big puzzle, right? And we got to make sure all the pieces are aligned and they get put together to tell the story. Now, everybody has their own taste, so there's no perfect way of, telling a story. But at this point, we just have to kind of decide what kind of audience are we looking for and how we want them to digest it. But I do like that you did a lot of research towards it, and you're referencing a lot of actual real-world information into the story. Ooh, my battery's dying. Let's find sensitive. Quick. Okay. Yeah, I'm just learning parts of them to make the story a bit more concerning, but I'm not like very optimistic it will be a masterpiece, but try to make it a more a possible story in a world like us. But one man decided to raise a voice against corruption, and that's why I love the Jacobean and Gothic poem eras, a mix between dark and fear into realism. Oh, and fun fact, I'm inspired Hook's name from Captain Hook from Peter Pan, not just to think that they live in European countries or something. Oh, really? Huh. I would never guess that, TBH. But I don't think you should be aiming for it to be a masterpiece. I mean, the whole masterpiece part is very subjective, you know? Especially now that it's been like an oversaturated thing these days. And what I mean by that is like we have so many people who would consume some kind of media, and they'll just be like, yo, this is peak, this is the best, nothing's better than this, right? And they just like immediately dub it like freaking peak story writing. So honestly, like, yeah, it's a very subjective thing. I just say, you know, just do what you can. And I just wouldn't worry too much about it. Just tell a story. Austrian is not even a real name, it's just made up. Yeah, I mean, that's fine too. I mean, yeah, Akira made up a lot of his names, right? We don't have to use actual names. You know, but it's still a creative part of the process, and I like names that I haven't seen before. Sometimes people name their character because there's a specific meaning to it, or sometimes it's for a silly reason. You know? Okay. So it's 5:30. Now, usually I like to practice for like 2 hours, but I think we've got enough practicing in. Let's actually move on to the thank you illustration. Just do this really quick. So now I've warmed up. Let's go ahead and yep. So Mo, you know, so I mean, like, you know, but you're writing the books, Mo, but like, are you gonna put them up on a platform somewhere, or are you getting these printed out? Because from the looks of it, the way that it's written, it, you know, I can see that it's going to be, it's definitely meant to be read. And yet I still don't have a city name. Probably Paris, Carisorit. I can't even pronounce that word. Arisiorstastein. And yeah, I don't think it would be permissible to draw really dark and disturbing stuff, especially as a doctor. Well, you know, I mean, you know, it just depends, right? You just gotta accept that it gets in close to specific readers. Which is why, like, you know, Reborn Daughter, I wanted it to be all ages, but, you know, I kind of did the whole test thing. You know, like there's like a rating test to see, like, you know, what ages is the story suitable for. And just because I talk about specific things, you know, it's subject based basically. It's like, you know, like everything is fine with the comic. It's suitable for all ages. It's just the things I talk about in the story that, you know, I have to put the rating to 16 plus. So it's like, it's not even like rated T for teen, because teen is like 13 plus, which would be like everybody that's old enough to be on YouTube watching this stream right now. But unfortunately, anybody that's under 16 in that range, from 13, 14, and 15, you know, I'm just talking about things that they shouldn't even be thinking about. But my workaround for that is that, so when I took it and I put it for 16 plus, that's because I was thinking ahead, and I was thinking like, all right, well, we talk about this stuff later, but at least in the beginning of the story, it's very like well tamed, and, you know, it's not anything too crazy. So my workaround for that is, you know, I announced it early on stream that I'm gonna lock everything past season 1 behind the Patreon, at least for now. That's the plan. But if I do that, then I can set the age rating to everyone, at least on webtoons, because, you know, I didn't touch those subjects. I don't touch those subjects in season 1. It's only season 2 that it gets really, like, I guess it starts leading to the adult side, right? Is what I would say. Let's see. I love how your story is about romance, while mine's about tragic growth. It is like we're the same, but in a parallel universe. Opposite stuff are the same in a reverse active complex approach, and yet I won't read a romance story. Well, hey, to be fair, and this is how I like to put it. It's a weird story. I have Reborn Daughter is a weird story in terms of the audience because and the reason why it's weird and again I'm gonna say this out loud, and I just want to reiterate that I'm very full aware of this and I am accepting the consequences that come with it, but it's a story that I designed to be readable and to be digested by women. However, the value of the story, it's more directed towards men. So it's a very weird story that I'm creating, because it's like, if you're a girl and you read my story through to the end, then you've got a nice high and low of emotions. You'll probably most likely have been very entertained by all the drama that happens in the story, and maybe, just maybe, you understand men a little better because the main character is a guy. But for a guy to read my comic, it's like, oh man, it's kind of cringe, and you gotta kind of grit your teeth through the story until we get to the actual like good parts that I think guys would actually be the most interested in. But if you make it to the end of the story, I think it's a very valuable lesson on like what it means to be a man, and how to navigate yourself around women. So for me, like, ultimately those are going to be the takeaways from my story. And yeah, and that's why it's designed to fail, because in terms of design, when you're creating a story, you have to have a certain audience in mind, and you have to stick to it and cater your whole design for that audience. And that's something that I'm not doing. I made it, the audience, my target audience is women, but I'm not designing or catering the story for women. What I'm trying to do is find a middle ground for both genders, but that's a really hard thing to do. And I just don't know. I just don't know if I'm giving like the right mix of everything into it. But I do hear a lot of guys that watch anime are more interested in romance these days than they are in the other genres, like romance and slice of life. Because I'm kind of going by old statistics, right? Of generally how men consume these kind of content. I didn't follow my box here. Hold on. Oh, here, not following the guides I put down. How? Okay. My emotional IQ is so low, so don't worry. I only have 6 feelings: hate, sadness, happiness, anger, joy, and hunger. Is hunger an actual feeling? But I will give it a try. Maybe soon. I grew a bit weirdly, so I don't really follow normal humans' emotional consciousness. It's just I always tried the solo and untaken path, if you understand. No, I get what you're saying. You know, and again, I don't want to pressure anybody into tapping more into that whole emotional side. You know. And it's about to be 6 o'clock, and the lights outside are dimming. So let me turn on my light in the room. Dark in here. Alright. No, but yeah. And again, take your time. Like right now, I am developing the newest chapters of Reborn Daughter, but I'm just not gonna upload it until next year. So on my Patreon, and you know, I will have it so that fans are able to read it early if they want to directly support me. But if they want to wait until I release it next year, that's absolutely fine as well. I just want to give people who support me some benefits, if that makes sense to everyone who's listening. Because ultimately I do want to be supported for what I do, and I want to allow people to support how they want to. If you want to support me directly, then you will get benefits, and I want to make sure you have benefits. Because I don't like the idea of people supporting me with money out of like the kindness of their heart and not getting anything. I do want to provide some kind of service. So that's something that I came up with for people who are interested in my stuff and want to support me. You'll get to read all the newest chapters earlier, which is a very standard thing a lot of comic people do. Maybe I made her too chunky here. Let's make this a little small. There we go. I like helping others, but I think, and see stuff in a different vision than normal people. Ever since I was a kid, I lacked a healthy social life because of trying to predict every next word, move, and idea that may happen. So I tried to avoid the unnecessarily talk, which somehow it explains my code character sometimes, I guess. Yeah, but that's absolutely, fine. I was just talking about this on Monday when I was playing Fire Emblem, but when it comes to like, once you sit there and you actually make people, you come to realize that a very unrealistic thing to do when you're creating characters is making them perfect, right? So you have to give the people you create some kind of like, flaws, right? And you got to give them traits that are considered to be negative, right, to most people. But then like after you do that, you just come to understand that it's just a very normal thing, like for people to just have what's seen as negative traits. And at least for me as a creator, I've come to become more accepting of people's negative traits, because I just believe that that's just kind of the package that people come with, and some good traits come with some bad traits automatically, like if I always like to use my best friend as an example because he's a meticulous person. So that the good thing is that he's very accurate, but one of the bad things that annoys me about it is that he's very slow with everything. Like if I ask him to do something, even if I think it's very simple, he's going to spend a lot of time overthinking it and making sure he's absolutely correct in it and he's absolutely accurate. And for me it's just kind of like, all right, he's just very slow when he does stuff. But everyone shines in their own way. And I think it's good to understand what would be considered your flaws, right? And then just kind of like, I wouldn't know what to even say about that, but just know how to deal with it and surround yourself with people who know how to deal with it, right? Because again, I don't think it's fair to force people to deal with things that they don't like. It's entirely the agency of the person to decide if they want to deal with it or not, You know? It's like every time I say, I hear Raijin in my head. I've been playing too much Final Fantasy VIII, Accuracy for us is better than quantity, I guess. That is why I don't speak with many people. Arranged marriage. I almost have 1K. I think I will save it for making you and Tally stick together. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not what it says on the reward, okay? You know, I may just like take out arranged marriage in the long run, but basically, it's just a reward I thought of because I play a lot of JRPGs, and some of these JRPGs, they give you a romance option. So I kind of figured I'll give power to the viewer. If they can gain enough channel points, you know, I'll date their favorite, you know, character in the game. But again, it's only applicable to, like, I think I put that it's only applicable to games that aren't tied to an account. Which is, I primarily put that there to say that Persona 5X is a big exception, because in Persona 5X, whoever I pick, I have to stick with her. And if I wanted a different girl, I'd have to create an entirely new account and do all that grinding all over again. I don't want to do that. But like, if I'm playing, like, let's say if I play the Persona 4 remakes next year, right? And then somebody has spent a lot of time watching me play that game, they can decide, hey, I want you to romance this character, and I wouldn't mind it, because, you know, it's just a save file. It's just, you know, and there's always New Game Plus. Callie was here, she would have liked my suggestion. By the way, did I not do most of the reward commands? Did you? Hold on. Did you? Hold on. I don't see it. Let me see. Weird that Miss Tally is still not here. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Maybe she's just busy today. She does have classes. So, and it's totally okay. On YouTube? Oh, you mean just in general? Well, I mean, like, now that I have the ability to let people, do their commands and stuff. Or, redeem channel points for stuff. It's like, why not? Yeah, some of them we did do before on the YouTube channel. But now it's like, people can come into the Twitch stream. Hey, you unlock one of the emotes, baby. That's the elementals. I love that emoji. He's got the actual Tario with the crazy eyes. Oh, the ad going on right now? Are we back from ads? We are back from ads. Hey, let's go. Yeah, all the emotes. Yeah, so 5 of them are free. The other ones you have to unlock. Are we back from ads? What if we did this here? Bro, I tried unlocking a random one and it gave me my own one. What? Well, I don't know what to tell you from there, because that's like the automatic one. The avocado. That's not avocado. But it looks like an avocado. That's interesting, because I've never used it, so I guess it just lets you unlock anything from other channels to use. Now, somewhere down the line, I will eventually make Reborn Daughter emotes. But for now, I do have your characters as emotes, so you guys can enjoy that for now. By the way, my Twitch pick is a Giga Chad, and I don't know why or how I got it. I just got it. I can't even see it. Like from here, it looks like it's a mouth of a monster. I'm sure I'm one of the world's most random thinkers humans will meet. Yes, 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 you are. I like to say humans in Japanese too. I draw this guy's eyes. Humans. So complex, yet they don't stop trying to simplify stuff before simplifying the true meaning of being a human. Oh, how strange are those creatures? Too strange, too weird, and complicated, and yet they are just humans for a beast that walks on two. They are a creature that got everything, and yet they are just humans. No more, no less, just humans. I don't know if someone else said that, but I think that's how dolphins and bears may think about us. Mm. I mean, I don't even know what to say to that, to be honest. Okay. I'm gonna quickly line this up. I see what I did here. Okay. Someone else is watching. I hope it's Tally. Nah, if it was Tally, she would have said something by now. I don't know why the new 4v4 Dragon Ball game looks stupid. I mean, it's okay. I like it. A bit. A bit. I won't say I'm like 100% on board with it, but I tried it out. It's okay. How old is the daughter? We don't know yet. She's still a mystery. I hope she's not as old as me, imagine.
felt like they were a bit too big.
Hey, what's that? More liquid. Was that you, Mo? One second. I felt thirsty, so I wanted you to also drink water. Got you. Well, you know what? It's funny that you did that because I'm actually out of water. So now I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some water and then I'm gonna go take that sip. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm back. Next time I will stack you for around 20 sips of waters. Uh-oh. So I see a water leak in Ontario. Hey, I mean, go for it, bro. I love drinking water, so I'm not against it. Next time, imagine if we didn't meet around a year ago. What could have happened? I don't know. I really don't know. But it has been about a year, hasn't it? Time sure does fly. Hey, what's up, Apopus? Bueno. How are you doing? Welcome on into an art stream. How are we doing today? Welcome. Thank you so much for the support, Apopus. I officially made it to affiliate, so we're celebrating right now. We are hanging out, we're chilling. I'm drawing the illustration just for this occasion. Yeah, it's been a crazy day. How crazy? How crazy was today? On Sunday, my neighbor fell and was taken to the hospital. I offered to take care of her dog like usual, but her aide said that she would do it. Okay. Monday night, the neighbor's son called. They wanted me to walk the dog and check his food and water. I said, no problem. Let me know if you need me to take care of him. Then Tuesday, he suggests you should go ahead and take him. Okay, so we got the permissions. And today, the aide shows up with foods for the dog and says I need to get anything from the apartment before they finish repairing the door. I was confused because I had been taking the dog back over there at night. So I called the son for clarification. And he said his mom hurt her back pretty bad and would be transferred to a rehab center for 2 to 3 weeks. I was expecting her to be back by the end of the week. My mom and her friend are visiting next week. And I have vacation planned for the first week of October. Uh-oh. Luckily, he convinced the aide to give me a key, but not until tomorrow. So at least the dog can go back to sleeping at home tomorrow. And I can leave him there if I am out for a few hours. Hopefully the aide can take care of him when my mom visits next week. I don't know about the vacation week though. I see. That's quite the predicament. But ultimately, you know, it should be the aide's responsibility, you know? Yeah, ultimately you were doing a favor, and due to the events that had transpired, it kind of, you know, shot you in the foot there, I guess a lot of people would put it. Or the son, but he lives out of state. Yeah, but like he could always take the dog with him out of state. You know, unless, you know, he's got one of those places that don't allow dogs or pets, right? Unless you sign a waiver or something. Because I know that's how it is for where I live. It's like, you know, I gotta put like a $100 deposit if I ever want to keep a pet here. That's just, you know, that's just the rules. But like at this point, yeah, you know, I would just be like, hey man, I had plans, but you know, and then just kind of put your limit. If they ask you again and give you an explanation, know that if they're using you, you can't fly with him, and his apartment doesn't allow them. Ah, okay, but he could come here and stay in his mom's apartment. If it was my mom, I would be there already. This all started Sunday night. Plenty of time to get there. And all this assumes that the rehab goes as planned. What if she has to stay for another week? What if they determine that she can't live by herself anymore? Yeah, the son definitely has to step up and take care of things here. You know, you're not even getting any compensation for this, so... You know, yeah, I would definitely put a hard limit. You know, just be like, hey, you know, after this day, I'm not taking care of the dog. And, you know, this lets the son know that, you know, he's got to get everything together by, you know, X amount of time, I guess. But ultimately, that's their problem. You know, and you don't have to burden yourself with that unless you want to. Yeah, I think I will give it until the vacation. That gives him 3 weeks to figure out something. Ramon says if he didn't try to be a man, that happened, then just say sorry. I have my life to deal with. Unless if it was really so necessary, because he will be using you if he doesn't want to get his stuff together. Yeah, and there's that too. Yeah, definitely, I would definitely put a fine line. And stick to it, you know? Because, you know, in my opinion, you've done enough. You've done a lot. If it were me, I would have already been stopped. You know? So then, you know, and you have two people that you can pass the... You have two people you can pass the responsibility over to. You have the aide and you have the son. So it's 2 people. And I would inform both of them. That's what I'm afraid of. He really thought I would take the dog permanently if his mom couldn't care for it. I had to explain that I don't mind taking him for a few days in an emergency situation like this, or maybe a week if it's planned. But that's too much. But a month? That's too much. Yeah, I agree. That is ridiculous. It is his responsibility. If you didn't stay or acted clear, that you will then just say to him sometimes, a hurting no is better than a sorrow silent. Yeah, I learned that the hard way. And it's not always bad, especially when you need your own space. Yep. Yep, and you know, you had a whole planned vacation. It's the middle of September. And again, it's very unfortunate what's happening to, you know, your neighbor. And, you know, totally understand, but, you know, it's not your responsibility. And, you know, it's essentially burden, you know, it's becoming a burden on you. And, you know, you gotta put a line. You gotta put a nice fine line there. You'd be like, listen, I was kind enough to offer my assistance, but oh my god, I cannot. But like, yeah, just Mo says, I am a doctor, so I almost daily go through this situation. Not saying not to help, but help without hurting yourself. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Mo. But yeah, I think Mo put it. I think Mo put it pretty well. Just help without, bro. Why did this freaking thing give you guys 2 ads? Are we back from ads? Yes, we are. Okay. Let me see. Not saying, but yeah, I think Mo put it pretty well when he said, help, but help without hurting yourself, right? Don't do it when it comes to a detriment to yourself. Let's see. I'm not worried about space so much as time. I'm probably the most active tenant in my apartment complex. I travel a lot, try to do things around town, visit family, etc. I was out of town 6 of the last 8 weeks, hence why I don't have my own dog. I did have a cat, but I only asked my friend to check on it once or twice a week. Yeah, cats are pretty anyways, then just say it clear. You can't take care of the dog after the month ends because you have stuff going on too. Yeah, I think that's for the best. Yes, I agree as well. You don't even need to say sorry. Show him you did your part. Yo, facts, actually, yeah. I get calls daily from people. I help them, but I have my limits because I'm always a human, so I need to have my boundaries. Yes, and that's exactly what this whole thing should be about. It's about putting those boundaries and, letting people know that, there's a fine line, right? You supported them enough, in my opinion. You helped them out. We didn't think it was going to be that crazy, and you are under no obligation to continue providing them, you know, the service that you've been giving them, you know. And again, especially because you know, you're not exactly getting paid for it, right? So even prophets didn't do miracles all the time. They only did it when it was needed. Yep, there's only so much you can do. Yeah, hopefully that gives you a clearer conscience, you know. The most I've gotten for taking care of things for the neighbor fearless was an invite to a crab boil. I'm not expecting any compensation. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. You know, and I personally think that's how it should be. But again, when it's coming to, you know, to a point where it's becoming a detriment and there's no compensation, it's like, that's even more of a reason to just be like, nah, bro, I'm out. Okay. Thanks, y'all, for helping me think through this. I'm gonna try to take it easy and watch some TV. Have a good stream. All right, Apophis, thanks for dropping on by. You know, hope that situation gets cleared out, and you know, this dude can come, you know, take on the responsibility of what has been left over there, and you know, and you could eventually go on about the rest of your month, you know, and then go on your nice October vacation. Okay, and we'll see you next time. You know, hopefully on a Monday while I'm playing Persona, and we'll talk more Persona and all that good stuff. Mo says, have a great day, enjoy your young life, man. Wise you luck. And I know that because I live it on a daily basis. It's sometimes so annoying I want to rage, but I calm myself. Yes, that's right, guys. You must go into Zen mode. Instead of raging. Nope, doesn't feel right. I'm gonna do it exactly how I have the line in the sketch. That feels more accurate. Okay. All right. I'm gonna use the line tool. Put together this table. Being serious makes me thirsty, man. You know what? Me too. I'm gonna take a sip of my water cup. Yeah, it's crazy to me that our TV's really got this flat. I mean, not TVs, but our monitors. Mm. This will be the PC. Any of them. Let's try this again. Do this. Copy. Paste. Okay. We are nearing the end of the stream. Where's my... Yeah. Never mind. I guess I'll just do it organically. It's fine. Well, somewhat organically. This is something that's better off doing organically, which I'm gonna do right now real quick. Okay, everything's coming together. I clip, I watch, I give commands. What more dominance I could do? I have #1 Taro fan. Plus, I am a doctor. How many low-key aura do I have? That's a lot of aura, my boy. That you are freaking aura farming. Oh my gosh! And of course, we're gonna have a freaking ad. All right. Agreed. I agree, Mo. I agree. Okay. Yes, I agree, Mo. Five ads was too much. The freaking Twitch just kind of threw it out there. I was ready to end the stream, and I'm like, all right, great. Now I gotta wait for the ads too. All right. But yes, all right. And this is like the first time I'm dealing with this because this is my first stream after becoming an affiliate. So a Twitch affiliate. So yes, thank you so much. Thank you for being here, Mo. You're definitely the OG. You already know, my guy. Thank you so much for your support. Couldn't have gotten here without you. Appreciate you. And you know, and of course, everyone else, the other 66 followers that are on my Twitch channel, I appreciate you guys as well. If you couldn't make it today, that's all right. You can come make it for future celebrations, because you know, I pretty much will be doing the thank you celebratory drawings, you know, every time we meet our goals. And I'm actually going to change the follower goal to 100 because I don't want to draw that many pictures, now that I think about it. So we're just gonna go ahead and hit that ending stream, and let's call it for tonight. Oh, hey, what's up, Tally? You made it just at the end. All the drawing has been done, but you know, I can still tell you the good news. As of yesterday, I've officially become an affiliate on Twitch. So, you know, we've got emotes that you guys can use for free. I gave you guys 5 emotes for free, and they're, you know, they're my characters. You can actually see some of them on the screen right now. But you know, you guys could subscribe and actually, you know, you guys can do that as well. I wouldn't recommend it. I don't like Twitch's subscription stuff. I just wanted to be affiliate, so you guys can have like the emotes and the channel points as well. I think those are fun, and I wanted to provide you guys that for the channel, so we can have some, you know, fun times and make some great memories. So go ahead and take a look through the channels, you know, the channel point redemptions, to see what kind of points you may want to use your you know, channel points to redeem. Some of them are specific to gaming streams, the other one are specific to art streams. So just bear that in mind, since I alternate between 2 different streams. I'll come up with more hopefully in the future. And but every Wednesday now we have more things to work on. Because before I was just gonna do like standard stream stuff, but now that we have you know, we're affiliated on Twitch, I can now create, you know, stuff for the Twitch channel, which will be really, really nice. And one of the advantages I get for being an artist is that I can make everything myself. I don't have to rely on going through Etsy and finding an artist that I like and finding them, you know, creating, you know, have them create things exactly the way I want it and all that stuff. Nope, I can do all that myself. So, you know, I'm going to slowly but surely, you know, kind of personify this channel, you know, with all of my characters and my IP and all that stuff. And it's gonna look great down the line. It's gonna be great, and I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited too. Here's for some really cool time ahead. And you know, once again, thank you so much for your support. You know, we had Apopus, we had Mo, and we had Tally all here today, which I can say for sure, you 3 definitely contributed to the affiliate. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I just don't know I don't know who our 4th person is, to be honest. But whoever you are, thank you. Thank you for being here every stream. Okay. So, oh yes, Mo, now you get to tell her about the medicine thing. So there's that too. Oh, hey, Blue Demon. Yes, you are late. It is. I'm about to end the stream. I've just been thanking everyone for supporting me on the Twitch channel, because I've made affiliate on Twitch today. But it's good to hear from you. It's been a while since I've seen you on the channel. I hope everything is going well over there. School just started, so I hope you're doing well in school as well. But the stream did end. I did draw an illustration to celebrate reaching our affiliate goal on Twitch. So, you know, after I end the stream, you can, you know, you can always rewind to go take a look at that. I have Mo over here on Twitch as well. But since I'm at the stream ending stream, nobody can see you on the stream for the chat. But we miss you, and no worries, Blue Demon. On October's coming up, and the first time I met you was on October while I was doing the Arttober challenge. I'm going to be doing that again this year. So you'll definitely have more time to come hang out with me because, as you know, I will be drawing and streaming every day on October. So, we'll definitely see you again, and hopefully I'll be drawing a character that you like again. Okay? Look at Mo over here going in between chats. You see, at least over here on YouTube, Mo, you don't have to deal with the advertisements. Since that's gonna be the thing on the Twitch channel now. Alright, so as always, everyone, do your best, okay? Your efforts will never betray you. So keep on doing those things that you want to do. Keep aiming, to go higher. Keep practicing. Keep working on yourself. Stay healthy. Be kind to others. You know how it is. All right, everyone, and I will see you on the next stream. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. And one more time, thank you so, so, so much for all of the support so far.